Level 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 5 4 3 2 1. Level check. Hello, level. Hi again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara. As we speak to you at this time before the September 28th program, it's one day prior to the Prince of Wales Stakes.
Okay, we're going to put you to program, Frank. Just quick 1-2 again, please.
Level check 1 2 1 2 3 4 5.
We are good when we're good when you're good, Frank. Let her rip.
Hello again, everyone, and welcome back to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack only on your TV Niagara. As we speak to you at this time, it's just prior to the Monday, September 28th program, so that means in less than 24 hours, the classic annual event at Fort Erie Racetrack, the 85th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes, will be transpiring, and that's going to be happening on tonight's program, but just a little bit later in the replay and highlight show. Otherwise, we want to remind you that we still have live racing every Monday and Tuesday through to October 13th at Fort Erie Racetrack, all post times at 1:10 p.m. Pre-race coverage is on the air, and it's always available for you to be a part of at forterierracing.com. Thanks for watching our programs this year. Kick back now and enjoy the racing action from Prince of Wales Stakes Week at Fort Erie Racetrack, because it's post time. From Fort Erie Racetrack on your TV Niagara. And they're off for program 33 of the 2020 campaign. Obliviously was last away. Diamonds in Her Eyes has the best start of all. Sugar Me Sweet is on the outside, and Chick Bear is down in on the rail. So the early running goes to Diamonds in Her Eyes to the outside of Chick Bear. Sugar Me Sweet on the outside still holds on to third, and obliviously lays just off the pace in the trailing slot. As they'll enter the turn, it's Diamonds in Her Eyes running away by 3 on Chick Bear. Through in on the fence to save the ground is Obliviously, and Sugar Me Sweet is up widest. As they move around to the top of the stretch, Diamonds in Her Eyes on a defiant-looking 4-length lead. And the opening quarter was a deceptively quick 22-3. Diamonds in Her Eyes a stretch drive away. Coming on for second is Obliviously, then Sugar Me Sweet and Chick Bear. Diamonds in Her Eyes still going by 2. Unable to reach yet is Obliviously. Diamonds in Her Eyes keeping this margin. Obliviously, one last lunge. Here comes Obliviously trying to time it. There's the wire. Obliviously was up in time to catch Diamonds in Her Eyes. Sugar Me Sweet was third, and Chick Bear was fourth, and Obliviously and Chris Husbands well-timed winners of the first as favored. And the running time is 1:06 1/5. Stand by for a start. Race 2 at the post. They're off. Romantic Gizmo jumped well, so did Stella Terra. And there goes Lench's Gimme up in search of the early lead alongside Alis. And back of the group is Delhi by only 2 more lengths. Along the backstretch, speed tries for Lench's Gimme and Romantic Gizmo. Stella Terra runs to the outside of Alis and 2 more lengths to Delhi with some work to do. Bit of a top-end breakaway here. Lench's Gimme is taking on and picking up the challenge of Romantic Gizmo all the way into the turn, and they've opened a big gap of close to 7 lengths back to Stella Terra. And then it's back to Delhi as they move along the backstretch and into the turn. The battle rages on the top end, and it's still Romantic Gizmo and Lench's Gimme, neither one giving an inch. Then Stella Terra and Delhi round to the top of the stretch they will come. Through the stretch, it's Romantic Gizmo. Finally edging away just a little bit, though. Lench's Gimme fought the good fight, now surrenders, and is well back in second as Romantic Gizmo can lope along on up to the wire. It's going to be Romantic Gizmo to win by an expanding margin here, and Lench's Gimme will hold second. Then Stella Terra and Delhi, and Romantic Gizmo wins at 6 furlongs, 1:11, 1/5. They're off. Step slowly away was Bonnie Scott, looking a little rank out of there. Crazy Society easily won the break. It's Crazy Society and Helen Vanek. Now driving through on the inside is Party Dress to contest the early top honors. Documented, and Silent Consort runs up widest of all, fourth into the turn. It's 2 more lengths back to Molly Terra, and the trailer after a stumbly start, an awkward start, was Bonnie Scott. So around the turn, surging on through on the inside is Party Dress to confront Crazy Society, and Documented is drafting them effectively. Bonnie Scott has recovered to be back up into fourth. Crazy Society at head stretch. Documented came on through. They quickly disposed of Party Dress. Crazy Society is coming away with the stretch lead after a first quarter of 22-4. They ran 4 furlongs, 46-2. Crazy Society and Documented down to the finish. Crazy Society wins again. Documented was second. Party Dress a re-rallying third. Molly Terra was fourth best. Crazy Society, Julie Mathis, and Helen Vanek score again in race 3 with a running time of 59-2. And last in will be Einstein's Babe. They're locked and loaded in line. Stand by for a start. Race 4. They're off. And coming out first in mid-gate was Exquise. To search for the early lead, it's Exquise with Vin Pearl Valentine and Classy Delight down along the inside. Running up on the outside of those into the front 4 is Keep Your Silence into that first turn. And on the inside, driving on through, was Vin Pearl Valentine to be part of the early pace in the front 5. She's on the flank of Trickeration over to the backstretch. Then Terravila is running out 3 wide on the flanks of Einstein's Babe and Hippie Chick, and Madame Bovary along the inside to the rear of the field. So along the backstretch, it's Exquise and Keep Your Silence making the early speed, tracked by Classy Delight along the backstretch. She's sitting right there in third, just off the leaders. Einstein Babe moved right on through into the front four, and Vin Pearl Valentine looms bold out in the clear air, advancing in the front five. Hippie Chick is in a wall of traffic back there, and then Terravila to the final turn as they will prepare to make the bend for home. It's still Exquise and Keep Your Silence making all of the speed, tracked by Vin Pearl Valentine, and Einstein's Babe has improved into the front four. And then Terravila looks to run wider through the stretch. It's Keep Your Silence coming away with the lead. The speed was 23-3 and 47-1. Keep Your Silence. Einstein's Babe has come on through. Then Vin Pearl Valentine, no more to offer. Keep Your Silence is almost there. Keep Your Silence holds off Einstein's Babe. Vin Pearl Valentine was looking for third and making the speed. Exquise trying to last on for fourth as Keep Your Silence. And Chris Husbands win it in the fourth in 1:26-2 for the Turf 7 furlongs. They're off. And Golden Gigi made a good early move there, but Princess Fiona and Snow Scene are a little bit better. And in mid-gate is Dee's Mulligan. Down along the inside, Maxima Only comes on through. Stardust Kitten is just in behind them. And Tardily Away was first-timer Smart and Quick way back of the group. Maxima Only is overtaking Miss Lester Murphy and Dee's Mulligan for the backstretch lead. Princess Fiona runs wide. Stardust Kitten is winging out there, widest of all, just ahead of Snow Scene. As they move into the turn, it's Maxima Only. Stardust Kitten is trying to move up widest of all to overtake Dee's Mulligan and Miss Lester Murphy, and 2 more lengths back to Princess Fiona. Round to the top of the stretch, Golden Gigi has 2 of them beaten, Snow Scene and Smart and Quick, that is. It's down to Stardust Kitten on the outside of Dee's Mulligan at head stretch after speed of 23-1 and 48 seconds, and into the stretch. Running clear is Stardust Kitten. Stardust Kitten has got the measure of Dee's Mulligan, and Stardust Kitten is edging away through the stretch. Stardust Kitten and Juan Crawford will run off to a 3-length win. Dee's Mulligan a game second. Miss Lester Murphy was third, and Golden Gigi salvaged fourth. Princess Fiona was fifth as Stardust Kitten wins at 5 furlongs in 1:14. Locked and loaded. They're off. Dynamite Karma jumped well on the outside, and towards the inside, here comes Jack Beanstalk with Handsome Like Me showing early speed. Precious Badge is up widest on the outside of Lewinsky's Wild Affair. Moving second to last along the backstretch is Legal Gump, and Shungessa is in reserve and will be coming with a late run later on in the stretch. So as they move into the turn, Handsome Like Me taking no prisoners and is still up into a speed battle with Jack Beanstalk. Neither one of them is giving an inch at this stage, and it's Handsome Like Me and Jack Beanstalk having a long battle with Dynamite Karma third. Moving fourth on the outside is Precious Badge in the turn. Legal Gump comes on through on the inside flank of Lewinsky's Wild Affair, and Shungessa yet to wind up Dynamite Karma takes the top of the stretch lead, and moving away now, here comes Jack Beanstalk after that long run, but Dynamite Karma flips out to the middle of the track and runs right on by. The speed was 22 and 1, 45 and 2. Dynamite Karma edging away in the stretch. Jack Beanstalk fought the great fight, was just second best, as Dynamite Karma and Mark Lee Buchanan won it by close to 3. Jack Beanstalk second, Precious Badge was third, and Legal Gump was a closing fourth. They're off. And Stormy Susie tries to beat the field out of there. There's Pirano flashing big speed from the outside. Pirano from the extreme outside, tighter to the inside coming through. That's Miss Verrazano for a piece of the early action. Right on her flank is Kenzua. And just in behind that wall of traffic there, that's Maziki. Just off the speed as they move into the turn. 2 more lengths to New York Mint as they go into the turn. And the trailer is Raspberry Wild. Making their way into the turn. Miss Verrazano opens 3 open lengths on Pirano, flat out on a mission, and Stormy Susie along the inside. They come to the top of the stretch. Miss Verrazano has been the top end target, 23 seconds the front quarter. Miss Verrazano is the one they are chasing through the stretch drive. She's digging deep and trying to hang on. Pirano is coming. New York Mint is flying from out of nowhere, and New York Mint is 50 to 1. Holy smokes, 50 to 1 explosion of the tote board by New York Mint to catch Stormy Susie and Pirano. New York Mint in a colossal race 7 upset. They're off. Good start on the outside for Bean Waiting and I Idolize You. Silent Contempt is flashing good speed as they leave the chute. There's the trio across the track. Silent Contempt made front. On the outside is I Idolize You, and Bean Waiting is forced up widest of all. Coming through in a snug spot along the inside was Obtained. Sleek Idea in the wall of horses. Divinamy is in reserve. And last on the outside, but not far away, is Hidden Artifact. Silent Contempt is able to dictate terms. Moving into the turn, Bean Waiting has been out wide. Sleek Idea was trying to come through in between horses. I Idolize You still attending the pace. The opening quarter was 23 and 1/5. Silent Contempt, I Idolize You, and Bean Waiting looking to squeeze through in on the fence. Here comes Obtained. They're at the top of the stretch, and it's under heavy pressure. Silent Contempt as they turn for the money. Silent Contempt has surrendered the lead, and they're in the stretch drive. Silent Contempt suddenly tired on the outside. I Idolize You, and trying a rally in between horses. Here comes I Idolize You. It is I Idolize You. Time just right to win for Melanie Pinto to Bean Waiting, who won a big one. Then Hidden Artifact and Silent Contempt. I Idolize You at 3 to 1. Well-timed winner in the 8th. 111 1/5. They're off. Kilkenny Prospect looked to leave well. American Driven wants to beat them all. Bourbon Party is part of the early speed. Vitruvian is up in the front 4. Now Soul and Spirit looks to cross over at the flank of Lord Pietro in 6th and 7th. Along the inside, I'm No Saint has a couple beaten. On his outside to the backfield is Pick Him Up Sup. And way back as the trailer is Tiz Tap Tango. Bourbon Party on a front end mission to clear off the lead. And he did it over American Driven and Kilkenny Prospect. And the opening quarter was a sizzling 22-4. Bourbon Party making a ton of early tempo. Running through on the inside is American Driven. Kilkenny Prospect is on the outside from 3rd. Vitruvian picks up the running from 4th. Lord Pietro is 5th. Moving 6th on the outside. Pick Him Up Sup tries to come up into contention just ahead of I'm No Saint. Backing away was Soul and Spirit, and never in it this day Tiz Tap Tango. As they move on to the final turn, getting a rail run, American Driven and Kilkenny Prospect. Bourbon Party suddenly checked out, and they come to the top of the stretch. Kilkenny Prospect on the outside takes the lead from American Driven. It's Kilkenny Prospect in the nightcap in Fort Erie with Juan Crawford drawing clear early in the stretch, and no live legs in the backfield are going to reach Kilkenny Prospect. It's Kilkenny Prospect, an amply deserving 3-5 winner in the nightcap. American Driven was 2nd. I'm No Saint was 3rd. Pick Him Up Sup was 4th. Soul and Spirit salvaged 5th as Kilkenny Prospect in the end won in a romp in 1:25-2. And there's the live shot, ladies and gentlemen. The great weather is holding, and it's a great omen because it's one of the biggest weeks of the year here at historic Fort Erie Racetrack. Just 24 hours plus away now till the 85th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes here at Fort Erie Racetrack, the middle jewel of the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Canadian Triple Crown of 2020. And we're going to play under really wonderful conditions again today. Few clouds have rolled in, but otherwise just fine out there with the main track listed as fast. The turf course is firm with the rail out at 10 feet, and we're all set to go for a big 9-race agenda at 1:10 p.m. Eastern. We remain close to spectators this year, but thank you for following along on FortErieRacing.com, HPI TV across Canada, of course HPIBet.com, and all across the USA, America, and the world to Fort Erie's live 2020 racing action wherever you may be watching us from. So tomorrow, the Prince of Wales Stakes 85th running and a special first post tomorrow of 2:10 p.m. We'll see if Mighty Heart, the Queen's Plate champion, will double up and take another step closer to a Canadian Triple Crown, just one of the numerous storylines to play out here tomorrow with what should be a very dramatic running and contest of the Prince of Wales Stakes for the purse of $400,000. And the Jackpot High Five returns tomorrow, September 29th, so the carryover on a mandatory payout situation is $178,000 plus. That's the resumption of the Jackpot High Five tomorrow on Prince of Wales Stakes Day, mandatory payout day, and almost $180,000 in the carryover pool in the Jackpot High Five to tomorrow. Our live racing schedule, 1:10 p.m. otherwise, except for tomorrow, through to the end of the meet on October 13th. And the pre-race coverage comes on the air each race day at 12:35 p.m. Eastern for Fort Erie's Live Racing 2020, now in the last 2.5 weeks of the meet. Become a member today and get $100 when you bet $100 at HPIBet.com. Check it out and join for free today if you have not already done so. Your membership includes the HPI Bet Rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time. You can wager on more than 450 tracks from around the world. And you can wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free today if you don't already have an account. It's HPIBet.com. Our weekly highlights and replay show is on Your TV Niagara every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Post time from Fort Erie Racetrack. Your TV Niagara is on cable channel 700 in the entire Niagara region. That's the weekly highlights and replay show, Your TV Niagara, cable channel 700, every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. FortErieRacing.com is your home for our live stream, the replays, the racing schedule, Ashley Mayo, our track handicapper's free daily tip sheet, the free online program, much more, and now it's all live in HD. FortErieRacing.com. Now with your pen and pencil at the ready, here are the changes. No changes in the first race. In race 2, 3 Sinar, 1 pound over. On to the third race, 3 Kinzua, 1 pound over. 5 Wedding Ring will race 2 pounds over. In the fourth race, there is a rider change on 1 Munch and Crunch, make it Keve Nichols. Keve Nichols, the jockey of 1 Munch and Crunch in race 4. Still in that fourth race, 2 Calm It, 2 pounds over. 5 Conquest Rapiduno, 3 pounds over. 6 Moon Rover, 1 pound over. And there is a rider change on 7 Clearly Seen to Larry Munoz. Larry Munoz, the jockey of 7 Clearly Seen in race 4. Clearly Seen will race 2 pounds over. In race 5, 2 Our Petunia and 3 Madame Gizmo, each 1 pound over. And in race 5, number 5 Giovanna Ponti, 3 pounds over. In the 6th race, 1 Can't Catch a Moose. There is a jockey change to Pierre Melhot. Pierre Melhot to ride 1 Can't Catch a Moose in the 6th. In that 6th race, 4 Hennessy Strike, racing 2 pounds over. The only scratch of the program so far is found in the 7th race, 3 Princess Marl, Vet Scratch. Vet Scratch of 3 Princess Marl from the 7th. Still in that 7th race, 4 Ice Challenge, 2 pounds over. 5 Thanks Again, 1 pound over. In the 8th race, 1 Greenfield, 5 Four Knights, and 6 Red Bow, each 1 pound over. 7 Kagan in the 8th will be 2 pounds over. 9th and final race, where 4 Overbearing races 1 pound over, and 7 Dynamite Karma racing 2 pounds over in the 9th. All set for tomorrow's big action here at Fort Erie Racetrack, the 2020 running of the Prince of Wales Stakes for the purse of $400,000 comes up as the 8th race tomorrow at 1 mile and 3/16. Field of 9 will contest the Prince of Wales Stakes tomorrow. And I suppose the overriding storyline is whether Mighty Heart will come right back with the same dominance that this one displayed in the Queen's Plate, running off to win by 7.5 lengths. That's just one of the major storylines in the race tomorrow. Clayton, who was the Plate trial winner and had a wide trip against a speed bias in the Queen's Plate, he's drawn into post 9 tomorrow. And a really interesting mix of horses, some logical long shots you could put on the ticket, such as Enchant Me, who picks up Luis Contreras. He's had enormous success in recent years in the Prince of Wales Stakes here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Very memorable wins with horses such as Amiz Gizmo and Cool Catamine. And how about Muskoka Giant picking up Kazushi Kimura 12-1 in the morning line. Big pedigree on this one and has excellent connections for the trainer and jockey combination. We'll see if any of them can take on the expected dominance of Mighty Heart tomorrow in our annual classic, the Prince of Wales Stakes. And the jackpot high five into tomorrow, almost $180,000. It's a mandatory payout day. You won't want to miss it with a special first post time tomorrow only, 2:10 p.m., with pre-race coverage on the air at 1:35 p.m. Eastern. Now let's move into handicapping the Monday program. Lying ahead with first post fast approaching at 1:10 p.m. Eastern. The claiming field of the first race will run 5 furlongs on the main track, and I go 1, 5, and 4 in this spot. I think Darling Daher rates a top nod. There will be a considerable school of thought that will put 5 Crumlin Express to the top of the ticket, but I look at the statistic that Darling Daher is a 3-time winner this year, and that's more than the rest of the field combined, and that kind of edge I really like in the box score of the win column department. Our track handicapper Ashley Mayu agrees. The daily racing form and morning line oddsman Bill McGurr of Equibase.com, who also is our clocker and chart caller, they side with number 5 Crumlin Express, the beaten favorite last time on the top of the ticket. Ashley Mayu and I expecting good things from Darling Daher, and maybe for Darling Daher to add her 4th win already in 2020. On to race 2, mile and 16th on the main track. 4, 2, and 1 is the way I go with World of Prospects, taking a huge class drop here, moving from a Woodbine 9,500 last time to a modest 4,000 price tag back at Fort Erie today, and look just 2 starts back to a dominating win by World of Prospects for Paula Loescher and Juan Crawford. Now, I'm alone in that opinion, actually, on World of Prospects. Ashley Mayu, the Daily Racing Form, and Bill McGurr's Morning Line, all siding with Narrow Escape for good reason. There is a trainer change to Mickey Neubauer, and the trainer and jockey combination have been white hot here at Fort Erie in recent years. I'm talking about Mickey Neubauer and Melanie Pinto. At various times, they win between 30 and 40% of their starts together, so it will be interesting to see which way it goes in race 2, whether it's the class dropper World of Prospects, Narrow Escape, Morning Line at 7 to 5, or a long shot that might come through in race 2 for the mile and 16th test. In the third race, onto the turf course we go at 7 furlongs. 1, 2, and 7. Silent Charity on the move to the turf course is my top call. 2 starts ago, Silent Charity had a near miss from a front-end try here at Fort Erie back on August 25th. Something similar, I suspect, will be in the trip department today if Pierre Melhot in the saddle has his way. Of course, a big question mark is to see how this one will fare on the turf course. Wide diversity of opinions here with our Ashley Mayu and the Daily Racing Form, going with Miss T Blonde to break out of a winless streak that dates back more than a year. And the Morning Line sides with Forest at Dawn on the move to the turf course. So lots of ways to go there in the start of a pick 3 in the third race. No clear-cut favorite. In the fourth race, we have a rider change on 1, Munch and Crunch to Kevin Nichols. 763, I'm going to go to Clearly Seen on the top of the ticket. Larry Munoz picks up a very live-looking mount here with Clearly Seen, with Daisuke Fukumoto, who is going to be here tomorrow, by the way, with the probable Prince of Wales Stakes favorite, Mighty Heart. But he's booked off today, so Larry Munoz picks up a very live-looking favorite here in Clearly Seen, who's taking a huge class drop for Martin Hinkson to ship this one in from Woodbine, and gets a modest price tag of $62.50. I have that view shared by the Daily Racing Form, but our Ashley Mayu and Bill McGurr's Morning Line siding with Munch and Crunch. Kevin Nichols picks up this one with Patrick Husbands booking off. Munch and Crunch in post 1 is the top call of Ashley Mayu and Bill McGurr's Morning Line, but I'm going to stay in race 4 with Clearly Seen and Moon Rover as my top choices. On to race 5. 6, 7, and 1 is the way I'll go. Orphan Queen on a long form spree here. Battled through some pretty fast fractions last time, 23 and 46. Just folded a little bit at the end. Kirk Johnson might be able to get this one just a little bit better rated for this 5 furlong test on the turf course. Last start, we were on the turf for Orphan Queen. She just missed. Maybe today is the day for this 8-time career winner. In fact, she's won almost a third of her career starts. Ever So De Wild, also a bit of a question mark on this move to the turf course. Gimbala, last time winner and riding a 2-race win streak. Maybe this one will triple up for Sharon Chicato and Juan Crawford. I'm going to stay with Orphan Queen and a speed try that may work out here in race 5 in the start of the daily 20-cent pick 5. The 6th race presented me with a bit of a quandary here, whether to use number 1, Can't Catch a Moose, on my tickets. I decided not to, because this one was a scratch last week after tossing the rider, Chris Husbands, twice in the gate and having to be scratched by the on-track veterinarian after that poor gate behavior. So until this one shows me better behavior this week, something along the lines of being more docile and better behavior in the gate, I'm not going to pick Can't Catch a Moose. Sometimes that kind of logic and leaving one off the ticket will come back to haunt you. But nonetheless, I'm going to One Lucky Woman on the top of my ticket. Ravindra Raghunath takes over training duties on this one, with Juan Crawford getting a live-looking mount, 3-1 in the morning line. The morning line and our track handicapper Ashley Mayu went to Can't Catch a Moose in spite of the poor gate behavior and flipping Chris Husbands twice in the gate last week. So this sixth race is going to be very interesting. If you are adventurous and you're willing to take what I feel will be a low price, too low for the risk, you will be on Can't Catch a Moose, but I'm looking elsewhere to horses like One Lucky Woman and Bosco Bell that have some prior experience. On to the seventh race, Ice Challenge, my top call, on the move from allowance to claiming company. And I thought this one was sneaky good last time, was much better than that third place showing suggests, came with a good late run last time against a much tougher level of allowance competition. Is priced today at modest $8,000. You can see just 2 starts ago, they went down to Woodbine and plunked down $10,000 for this one. So Ice Challenge is the unanimous call here of all public selectors in the seventh race. Thanks again for Joe Humber and Chris Husbands. Looks for something better after a claim here at Fort Erie. And number 6, Loquacious, last time winner, but that was against very modest $4,000 claiming company. This is a step up in class, but maybe Louis Cappy and Kirk Johnson have another good effort coming up for Loquacious in post 6 at what could be a very generous price, with Ice Challenge likely to take the lion's share of the money in race 7. On to the 8th race. For a Turf Mile, some of my favorite races here in Fort Erie, the Turf Miles. And we have a really good salty group of claimers, such as number 7, Kagan, career winner of more than $1.5 million and a 2-time recent winner here at Fort Erie. There was a school of thought last time that the win on July 27th was a little bit lucky, as this one picked off horses late, but sure enough, coming back in August, Kagan returned to victory lane again. So until beaten, Kagan, the top call here. Mark Lee Buchanan having a really good, solid year in the saddle here at Fort Erie Racetrack. He's had the perfect touch lately with Kagan, the one to beat in the 8th race. Number 8, Awesome Miner, was really good in the last start, a very solid second against a very comparable company. Easy Weekend, Lane Gilliford, seldom misses the exacta with those he ships into Fort Erie. And this could be the price play. I hope something close to 5-1 holds up on post 4 starter, Easy Weekend. This one could fool me and be much higher than that 3rd place ranking that I've given him on this 8th race ticket. Looking forward to a great Turf Mile race here in the 8th. And the 9th and final race on the program, Dynamite Karma. You just saw the replay package from last Tuesday. Dynamite Karma was a really good winner, bearing out a little bit into the middle of the track, but nonetheless, a going away winner, comes right back in 6 days at the same company. And, well, you can see that Nick Mullaney Jr. has had only one prior starter back in 6 days that turned up a winner. So why not keep it going for Dynamite Karma? However, our Ashley Mayu, the Daily Racing Form, and Bill McGurr's Morning Line go with Super Flyover for good reason. After going in a starter optional claimer for 10, comes right back in the same level today. A little bit higher priced, perhaps, you could argue, but Scott Fairley and Michelle Rainford are a duo not to be overlooked here at Fort Erie Racetrack. And I think if Dynamite Karma does not come right back to the form of 6 days ago, that number 3 Super Flyover is a great and logical alternative in that 9th race. So the Monday program is at hand from Fort Erie Racetrack, just over 24 hours away from the 2020 and 85th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes. Again, we remind you, it is a mandatory Jackpot High Five carryover tomorrow and payout of almost $180,000, and the proceedings tomorrow's first post only at 2:10 p.m. 14 minutes to first race post time on Monday. Straight ahead, great mix of turf and main course action coming up from Fort Erie Racetrack. They've moved into the walking ring at Fort Erie. Under 8 minutes to post time. Riders up. They're on their way to the track for the first race. Introducing the field for the first race on Post Parade past the grandstand. Darling Daher is number 1. Owned and trained by Kevin Buttigieg, and in the irons, Melanie Pinto. Milram Sammy is hired to ride by Ross Armada and Erlindi Haika on 2 Bonnie Scott. I'll Alter Him is number 3. Races for Luann Woods. 1 Crawford aboard. See My Moves, number 4, trained by Scott Fairley for Ace Racing Stable. The jockey is Michelle Rainford. And number 5 is Crumlin Express, campaigning for Barbara Bailey with Pierre Melhant. They'll run 5 furlongs on the main track in the first race. To kick off the rolling pick threes and rolling doubles, there's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show Wagering. The first coming up from Fort Erie, 4 minutes. 4 minutes to post time. Starting gate is on the move to the 5 furlong point for the first race. Riders now instructed to take their horses to the gate for the Fort Erie first race. Bonnie Scott is first into the gate, priced at 5 to 1. Two to 1, second choice action on Darling Daher. See My Moves at 5 to 2, respect. Crumlin Express to go off as favored. See My Moves fractious in the gate for a moment. I'll alter him last in. Standing by for a start. They're at the post. And they're off for program 34 at Fort Erie Racetrack. Moving out first for the lead goes Crumlin Express, directly gunning to the front. I'll Alter Him was a few steps slowly away. There's the gray Bonnie Scott. She's in between horses. Darling Daher now runs on through. See My Moves has been 3 wide, and I'll Alter Him back of the group. Crumlin Express again providing the top end target. Bonnie Scott running second on the outside, and Darling Daher is not far away. See My Moves is a close-up fourth, and about 5 more lengths to the trailer. I'll Alter Him. Crumlin Express, Darling Daher, Bonnie Scott, and See My Moves. Crumlin Express on a defiant-looking lead of 5 lengths still. The front quarter was 22-2. Plenty of early tempo. Crumlin Express trying to bottom them out. I'll Alter Him comes through down in on the fence. Longest on the board picks up second, but Crumlin Express is long gone at 7-5 to win the Fort Erie opener. I'll Alter Him picked up second. Show photograph, Darling Daher on the inside tried to hold off See My Moves as Crumlin Express all over those by open lengths. 5 furlongs in 58-4. 5314 is posted from the Fort Erie first race. 22 and 2, 46 seconds. And the 5 furlong running time, 58 and 4, Crumlin Express, when made official. There's Crumlin Express returning from the first race in Fort Erie. Chestnut 4-year-old filly by Bear's Kid from Bear Dawn by Mr. Greeley. Owned and trained by Barbara Bailey. Bred in Ontario by Bear Stable. The winning ride to Pierre Mailhot, his 14th of the meet. And that's the second win in 4 starts this year. Crumlin Express to run the 5 furlongs, 58 and 4 in the first. 480, 360, and 220 on Crumlin Express. I'll alter him, 670 and 280. Darling Daher, 210. The exact of 46.30. The trifecta, 144.50. The dollar superfecta, 5, 3, 1, and 4, $81.20. All from the first race in Fort Erie. Become a member for free today at hpibet.com, and you'll get $100 when you bet $100. Membership includes the HPI Bet Rewards program, the ability to watch 4 tracks at the same time, while wagering on over 450 tracks from around the world. And you can wager online or on site at any time. Check it out and join for free today if you don't already have an account. hpibet.com. Show photograph now posted from the Fort Erie first race, with one Darling Daher finishing third at the inside, over 4 See My Moves on the outside. In race 2, 3 Sinar will race 1 pound over. 21 minutes to race 2 from Fort Erie. Start of the early 20-cent pick 4. In race 2, not previously announced, 3 Sinar, races with inserts. In race 2, 3 Sinar, racing with inserts. Horses are in the walking ring for race 2. Riders up for race 2. Magical Breeze leading out the race 2 post parade in Fort Erie. Trained by Sharon Chicato for owner Jim Viter, and in the irons, Kirk Johnson. The JMC's Racing Stable, along with ZWD Hahn and Justin Nixon, owners of Narrow Escape 2. Trained by Mickey Neubauer and hired to ride is Melanie Pinto. Sonar number 3, campaigning for owner-trainer Jeff Boyce with Chris Husbands. World of Prospects number 4, trained by Paula Loescher for owner Robert Simonek. The jockey is Juan Crawford. And number 5, 77 Stone, with Jeffrey Alderson aboard. Trained by Paul Lepion for MPB Stables. The claiming field to run a mile and 16th on the main track. Start of the early 20-cent pick 4. Starts a rolling pick 3 and rolling double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win place and show wagers. Race 2 coming up from Fort Erie. Starting gate moved into position at 1 1/8 point for race 2. The horses are approaching the gate for race 2. Readying to step in. Favored Narrow Escape first into the gate. Sinar stepping in. 9-5 in the last click for World of Prospects. Long shot 77 stone. So just waiting on gate 1. Magical Breeze stepping in. Stand by for race 2. They're at the post. They're off. Good looking break for all, and Sinar is the first to flash speed. Then Magical Breeze along the inside, and Narrow Escape is going to be forwardly placed. World of Prospect second to last, and 77 stone will be the early trailer. Magical Breeze will lead him into the first turn, flanked and prompted along by the heavily favored Narrow Escape. Sinar has taken back on the flank of World of Prospects, and about 6 more lengths to the trailer into the first turn, 77 stone. They move over to the backstretch after a sensible enough opening quarter of 24-1. Magical Breeze and Narrow Escape go together with positions unchanged onto this Fort Erie backstretch. Running third on the outside has been Sinar. World of Prospects saving the ground, but is less than 3 lengths off the dueling leaders. And about 8 more lengths back of the group is 77 stone. The front 4, things are tightening up on the backstretch suddenly. Narrow Escape, Magical Breeze, they've been together. Sinar, then World of Prospects. 77 stone, still well back, and they go unchanged, nose to nose onto the turn, asked to accelerate. Narrow Escape on the outside, trying to put away Magical Breeze. Sinar has been stalking. 3 more lengths of work to do for World of Prospects. 77 stone, still about 6 lengths back. Sinar at the top of the stretch. Sinar on the outside of Narrow Escape. Suddenly checking out was Magical Breeze. World of Prospects on the outside. Down to Sinar, a narrow escape. After speed of 48 seconds and 113 and 1, Narrow Escape draws back out and has repelled Sinar. Then World of Prospects third on the outside, and it is Narrow Escape, a prevailing favorite in the end at 1-5 in race 2, made to work for it by Sinar. 77 Stone, the longest on the board, picked up third, and World of Prospects was fourth best as Narrow Escape runs the mile and 1/8 in 1:53 4/5. Back to the winner's photograph is number 2, Narrow Escape. 7-year-old Bay Gelding by Sky Conqueror. From Certainly Special by Distorted Humor. Bred in Ontario by Jay Horner. Trained by Mickey Neubauer for JMC's Racing Stable, ZW DeHaan and Justin Nixon. And the winning ride, 33rd of the meet for jockey Melanie Pinto. Second win in 6 starts this year. 6th career win, Narrow Escape in race 2, runs the mile and 1/8 in 1:53 4. As hot favorite, 270, 210, and 210 on Narrow Escape. Sinar 490 and 290. 77 Stone, 510 to show. The Exacta 1090, the Trifecta 3830. The dollar superfecta was 235 and 4, $44.90. And the first rolling double, $7.80. We had a claim from race 2, number 4, World of Prospects, claimed for $4,000 by Julia Ezra and Michelle Olson, going to the shed row of trainer Daryl Ezra. Julia Ezra and Michelle Olson claim World of Prospects for $4,000 out of race 2, going to new trainer Daryl Ezra. In the Fort Erie third race, 3 Kinzua, 1 pound over. 5 Wedding Ring, 2 pounds over. The third race, start of a rolling pick 3, rolling double, and there's Superfecta, trifecta exacta, win place and show opportunities on race 3 from Fort Erie. Field is moved into the walking ring for the Fort Erie third race. Riders up for race 3. Here is Silent Charity to lead out the race 3 post parade. Trained by Vince Bellissimo for Michael Bellissimo. Hired to ride Pierre Melhot. Anthony Alderson trains for Malcolm Alderson, and Jeffrey Alderson is in the irons of 2, Miss T Blonde. Kinzua, number 3, campaigning for Rich Davis. Sunny Singh aboard. Nick Gonzalez training for Paul Gorman, and Juan Crawford is in the saddle of 4, CC Bong. Wedding Ring campaigning for Noel and Laura Williams with Devin Johnson, post 5. Saddle Duty entrusted to Chris Husbands on 6, Mystery Day by Willie Armada, and 174, 8425 Ontario. Forest at Dawn completes the field. Owned by Vinod B. Harry, trained by Abraham Catrian, And in the saddle, it's Emil Ramsamy. The claiming field for 7 furlongs on the turf course in race 3. Starts a rolling pick 3 and double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, Win Place and Show. Race 3 coming up from Fort Erie. Starting gate takes position on the turf course at 7 furlongs. Horses begin to go across. The complete field has now made their way onto the turf course. Still time for third race wagers. They've reached the gate, readying to step in for race 3 in Fort Erie. 3-1 offering Miss T Blonde is first in. CC Bond. Longest on the board, Wedding Ring. Mystery Day, priced at 7-1. 3-1 Respect on Forest at Dawn. Kinzua, 10-1 action. Slightly favored Silent Charity. Stand by for a start. Race 3, they're off. And coming out is Kinzua. Kinzua climbing out of there to take the lead. Mystery Day up on the outside, and Silent Charity is going to be attending with Wedding Ring, running up into the front four, but widest of all, CC Bond is fifth. Miss T Blonde is second to last, and the early trailer will be Forest at Dawn. As they move over to the backstretch, they're still scrapping 3 wide. Wedding Ring is the widest one on the flank of Kinzua, and right there in the lead trio is Mystery Day. So they reach the backstretch after a front quarter pretty intensely battled out by Wedding Ring and Kinzua, 24-3. Wedding Ring and Kinzua still having at it on the backstretch. Mystery Day has been tracking them from third. Miss T Blonde makes it up to fourth on the outside, and Silent Charity tracks along in the front 5, but is only 2 off the leaders. CC Bond is second to last, and she's on the move, and the trailer is Forest at Dawn. Wedding Ring comes away with the final turn lead after a half mile of 48-3. Wedding Ring coming under siege from Mystery Day. CC Bond is out widest of all, coming into the top of the stretch. CC Bond heads up to the grandstand side as the top end is collapsing from those fractions. CC Bond weaving through Silent Charity. Silent Charity found the room she needed and bursts on through to win going away. Silent Charity saved the ground, is a drawing off winner in the end. CC Bond second, Mystery Day was third, and Forest at Dawn was last to fourth. Kinzua fifth to finish. Silent Charity by wide open lengths, 127-2. 1, 4, 6, and 7 posted. From race 3 in Fort Erie, 1, 4, 6, 7. Race time recap, 24-3. 4 furlongs, 48-3. 3 quarters, 115-3. And they ran the turf 7 furlongs in 127-2. Silent Charity back for the victory photograph of race 3 in Fort Erie. A dark bear brown 3-year-old filly by Silent Name. From Commendable Charity by Commendable. Bred in Ontario by Joey G. Thoroughbreds. Trained by Vince Bellissimo for owner Michael Bellissimo. It's 2 winners on the program, already reined in by Le Jockey, Monsieur Pierre Melhot. Second winner on the program, back in the first race with Crumlin Express. Silent Charity first win in 7 starts this year, the second career win. The Turf 7 furlongs 127 and 2, off at 2-1 when made official. $6.10 on the win ticket. Silent Charity, $3.80 and $2.60. CC Bond, $3.80 and $3.30. Mystery Day, $3.50. The Exact at $21.30. The Trifecta, $109.70. The Dollar Superfecta, $1, 4, 6, and 7, $281.70. Rolling Daily Double, $10.80. And the program's first Rolling Pick 3, $13.45. The live racing schedule through to October 13th, Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m., with pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. each race day. With the exception of tomorrow, Prince of Wales Stakes Day tomorrow, first post at 2:10 p.m., and the pre-race coverage on the air shortly after 1:30. That's tomorrow only for Prince of Wales Stakes Day. Otherwise, all post times 1:10 p.m. at Fort Erie Racetrack. The fourth race changes. 1 Munch and Crunch. Rider change to Kevin Nichols. 2 Calmet, 2 pounds over. 5 Conquest Rapiduno, 3 pounds over. 6 Moon Rover, 1 pound over. 7 Clearly Seen has a jockey change. Make it Larry Munoz. Larry Munoz to ride 7 Clearly Seen. Clearly Seen will race 2 pounds over. Starts a rolling pick 3 and rolling double, Superfecta, Trifecta, Exacta, Win, Place, and Show on the 4th from Fort Erie, 18 minutes to post. They're moving into the walking ring for the Fort Erie fourth race. Riders up for race 4. Munch and Crunch to lead out the fourth race post parade in Fort Erie. And Kevin Nichols, the rider change. Trained by Gordon Colborne for owner Don Donahue. Kevin Nichols rides 1, Munch and Crunch. Next on parade is 3, Pastel Emily, and 1, Crawford is aboard, trained by Desmond Maynard for owner Christie. Linda Talks 4, trained by Joan Mitchell for Linda Lippy and hired to ride is Mark Lee Buchanan. Conquest Rapiduno is number 5, conditioned by Warren LeBlanc, owned by Sean Sakara, Clint Abraham with Sunny Singh in the saddle. Moon Rover number 6. Ride entrusted to Chris Husbands by Michael Blake. The ownership of Ascot Stud, along with Michael S. Blake Sr., Mark Stout, and Rachel Stalker Parks. 7 is Clearly Seen. Rider change to Larry Munoz, conditioned by Martin Hinkson, who co-owns with Richard Acuro and William Patterson. Two Comet is on the track. Devin Johnson aboard, owned by Andrew Heward, trained by Des Maynard. Field of the fourth race to run a mile and 16th on the main track. Starts a pick 3 and rolling double. Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win, place, and show on race 4 from Fort Erie. Starting gate is in position for the fourth race. The fourth race horses have reached the starting point. Two to one action on Munch and Crunch, first into the gate. Pastel Emily stepped in, 5-2 co-favorite in the last click. Linda Talks will be a long shot. Conquest Rapiduno carries a 6-1 price. Same price on Moon Rover. Clearly Seen among the favorites. Comet completes the line. Standing by for a start, race 4 at the post. They're off in the fourth. Good even beginning for all, and there goes Pastel Emily flashing early speed. Calm it along the inside. Conquest Rapiduno, Moon Rover runs up into the front four and is widest of all. Along the inside, that's Munch and Crunch spotted just off the speed into the front five, and then clearly seen Linda Talks on the outside completes the group. So around that first turn, Juan Crawford cut loose the speed of Pastel Emily to lead it. 24 seconds. Pastel Emily chased along by Moon Rover over to the backstretch. 2 more lengths to Comet along the inside there in third. 3 more to Conquest Rapiduno along in fourth. Biding time, Munch and Crunch on the outside is fifth. So is clearly seen, sixth at the inside, and 2 more lengths to the trailer. Linda Talks. On a defiant looking lead, it's been Pastel Emily all the way. Here comes Calm-It out in the clear air, up to gain second, overtaking Moon Rover. Conquest Rapiduno has been spaced just off the leaders from fourth. Then Munch and Crunch, clearly seen, has yet to be running, and then it's back to Linda Talks, last still on the outside. On that final turn, Pastel Emily, Juan Crawford, going to try to take it all the way. The margin is 4 lengths as they come down inside the quarter pole, and they turn for the payoff. Here comes Munch and Crunch out for second. Out on the grandstand side, the top end target has been Pastel Emily, through speed of 47 and 4, 6 furlongs, 113 and 1. Pastel Emily, and on the outside, Munch and Crunch is closing in. Munch and Crunch up to look Pastel Emily in the eye. Pastel Emily is asked to dig in one final time. Munch and Crunch chases to the end. It's a head-bombing finish, and Pastel Emily got there to hold off Munch and Crunch, and then back to clearly seen. Moon Rover was fourth, and Pastel Emily holds off Munch and Crunch in a fourth race nail-biter. Race times recap is 24 seconds. 4 furlongs, 47 and 4. 3 quarters, 13 and 1. And the mile and 16th, 148 and 2 for Pastel Emily. 3176 posted unofficial from race 4. Your attention, please hold all tickets. From the fourth race, we have a rider claim a foul. 1 against 3 from the fourth race, stretch drive. 1 against 3 is the jockey claim a foul. Please hold all fourth race tickets. The steward's decision will be based on video review and the jockey interviews forthcoming. Now the steward's live video review on display. The steward's live video review now on public display. Here's the steward's decision. The claim of foul, launched by the rider of 1 against the rider of 3, is upheld by the judges. Number 1, Munch and Crunch, finished second, will be placed first. 3, Pastel Emily, finished first, will be placed back to second. The rider claim of foul, 1 against 3, is upheld by the stewards. Results posted, now official, 1-3-7-6. From the fourth race, Munch and Crunch, 480, 260, and 210. Pastel Emily, 470 and 250. Clearly Seen, 230. The Exact at 27.60. The Trifecta, $71.50. The Dollar Superfecta, 137 and 6. $187.90. Rolling Daily Double, 16.60. And the Dollar Pick 3 ended on the fourth race, $15.65. Now on display, the fourth race win photograph. Following the rider claim of foul, 1 against 3. The claim of foul by the rider of 1 was upheld by the stewards. Tomorrow at Fort Erie Racetrack, the Prince of Wales Stakes Middle Jewel of the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Canadian Triple Crown of 2020. Join us to see if Mighty Heart makes it 2/3 of the way to a Canadian Triple Crown. It will all unfold tomorrow only at Fort Erie Racetrack. Mile and 3/16 for the purse of $400,000. Join us for the 85th running at historic Fort Erie Racetrack of the Prince of Wales Stakes. Post time tomorrow only, 2:10 p.m. And it marks the return of the Jackpot High Five with a carryover of almost $180,000. Mandatory payout tomorrow in the Jackpot High Five for the Prince of Wales Stakes program at Fort Erie Racetrack. Here are the race 5 changes. 2 Our Petunia and 3 Madame Gizmo, each 1 pound over. 5 Giovanna Ponte will race 3 pounds over. 19 minutes to post time to race 5 in Fort Erie. Start of this program's 20-cent Pick 5 wager. They've moved into the walking ring for race 5 in Fort Erie. 9 minutes to post. Riders up, race 5. It's Jim Bella leading out the race 5 post parade. Trained by Sharon Chicato for Owen Warren and Rob Noyes. Hired to ride, Juan Crawford. It's Jeffrey Alderson up for Howard Keene on 2, Our Petunia. Madame Gizmo is number 3, partnered by Chris Husbands. Trained by Jennifer Schaefer from Maple Haven Equestrian Center. Cole Bennett conditioning for Aslan Bell. Keve Nichols in the irons of 4, Orbiting the Sky. Giovanni Ponti is number 5, riding services of Sunny Singh. Trained by Elliot Sullivan for owner Darlene Pettipaw. Seven is Ever So De Wild, conditioned by Jen Davis for Big Boy Racing. Mark Lee Buchanan. 6 Orphan Queen completing the field on the track. Owned and trained by Mark Fournier. Co-owned by Donnie Edwardson and Scott Leon, and the rider is Kirk Johnson. It's a claiming field to sprint 5 furlongs on the turf course in the start of the 20-cent Pick 5. And on the 5th race, it's a start of a rolling Pick 3 and double. There's Superfecta, Trifecta, Exacta, Win, Place, and Show. Race 5 coming up from Fort Erie. Horses begin to make their way onto the turf course for race 5. Now the starting gate takes position at the 5 furlong point on the turf course. Riders now under instruction to take him to the gate. Readying to walk in. Jimbala first in with 2-1 respect. Our Petunia will be up in double digits. So will Madame Gizmo. Orbiting the Sky priced at 3-1. Rest of the field hovering about 9-2, including Giovanna Ponte, Orphan Queen, and last in, Ever So De Wild. Stand by for a start. Race 5 locked and loaded, and they're off. Orphan Queen flashing some speed out of the gate. To the extreme outside comes Ever So De Wild. Down the middle, Madame Gizmo, and right tight to the fence, Jimbala. Our Petunia spots just in behind them. Orphaning the Sky is second to last, and then Giovanna Ponte is in reserve. On the way to the turn, it's Ever So De Wild confronting Jimbala for top honors. On the outside, Ever So De Wild, and on the inside, Jimbala. Orphan Queen is running right up on the pace, and Madame Gizmo spots in behind runners, then orbiting the sky. In between horses, that's Madame Gizmo and Giovanna Ponte trailing since the outset. They turn for the money, Ever So De Wild and Jimbala. They've had a long battle, 22-3 on the turf course, and still going is Jimbala. Trying to put away Ever So De Wild once and for all. Jimbala trying to go the route and lasted out. Coming through in between quickly, Giovanna Ponte from last. Giovanna Ponte swept the field in the stretch to win it. Giovanna Ponte and Sonny Singh mowed them all down with ruthless efficiency to win it over Jimbala and Madame Gizmo in 59 seconds. Running times recap: 22-3, 46-3, and the turf 5 furlongs in 59 seconds. 5-1-2-7 posted unofficial race 5. Race 5 results now official. Here is Giovanna Ponti back from race 5. The 6-year-old bay mare by Gio Ponti. From Conquesta by Empire Maker. Bred in Kentucky by Kevin McLaughlin and Hirschland Farm. Trained by Elliott Sullivan for owner Darlene Pettipaw. The winning ride, his 15th of the meet, and the hottest rider in Fort Erie over the past 2 weeks, Sunny Singh, executes the last to first dramatic victory with Giovanna Ponti in race 5. It's official. $14.10 on the win ticket, $7.20 and $3.80. Jimbala $3.40 and $2.70. Our Petunia $6.60. The exacta $44.60. The trifecta $283.90. The dollar superfecta of $5,127, $909.70. Rolling daily double $38.10. Pick 3 ended on race 5, $96.10. And the early pick 4, $160.40. Was a claim from race 5. Number 4, Orbiting the Sky, claimed for $6,250. Out of race 5 by Bruno Schickadance, goes to new trainer Elliott Sullivan. Orbiting the Sky, claimed for $62.50 by Bruno Schickadance, new trainer Elliott Sullivan. Be sure to watch for our weekly highlights and replay show on Your TV Niagara, cable channel 700, in the entire Niagara region, every Thursday at 8 p.m. It's post time from Fort Erie Racetrack, the weekly wrap-up show. All the highlights and replays every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. in the Niagara region on channel 700, Your TV Niagara. Here are the 6th race changes. 1, Can't Catch a Moose. The rider will be Pierre Mailhot. 4, Hennessy Strike, races 2 pounds over. 16 minutes to the 6th race. Be sure to join us tomorrow at FortErieRacing.com, HPIBet.com, and across the USA and the world for the Prince of Wales Stakes, 85th running at Fort Erie Racetrack. Special first post tomorrow at 2:10 p.m. And it's a mandatory payout day for the Jackpot High 5. The carryover pool, almost $180,000 for the mandatory payout Jackpot High 5, part of the Prince of Wales Stakes program tomorrow, 2:10 p.m. special first post from Fort Erie Racetrack. In the Fort Erie 6th race, 5 pennies from above races with bar shoes. Bar shoes, number 5 pennies from above in race 6. Horses moving into the walking ring for the 6th race in Fort Erie. Riders up, race 6. Kankatsamoose on the track, number 1 for the 6th race. Trained by Elliott Sullivan for Bruno Schickedance. Rider change to Pierre Mailhot. One Lucky Woman is number 2. Conditioned by Ravendra Raghunath for Hossein Dalatian. In the irons, Juan Crawford. Joe Humber conditions for Joy Elkins. Melanie Pinto hired to ride 3. Bosco Bell. Five is Pennies from Above. Conditioned by Tom Steer for Richard Walpole. Chris Husbands aboard. Maria Burin Tennis owns Hennessy Strike 4. Trained by Vince Bellissimo. And the jockey is Michelle Rainford. Maiden Allowance Field for race 6. They'll run 5 furlongs on the main track. Start of the late 20-cent pick 4, 3 minutes. Starting gate takes position at the 5 furlong point for the 6th race. Riders requested to bring their horses up to the gate for the Fort Erie 6th race. Time running out for 6th race wagers. They're readying to load. Kent Katsamoose goes into the gate. One Lucky Woman at the same 7-2 number. 6-5 favoritism on Bosco Bell. 3 in and 2 to go. A little higher priced is Hennessy Strike. Pennies from Above completes the line. They're all in, locked and loaded. 6th race, set to go. They're off. Coming out first is Bosco Bell, Pennies from Above, Hennessy Strike from the extreme outside, then Kent Katsamoose and One Lucky Woman. Little to choose as the 5 of them just charge out of there. Hennessy Strike is trying to cross over and take the lead from Kent Katsamoose into the turn. Hennessy Strike and Kent Katsamoose, Bosco Bell tagging them from 3rd. And then Pennies from Above and One Lucky Woman is now back of the group. So the front end speed battle involves Hennessy Strike to the outside of Kent Katsamoose. Bosco Bell is tracking extremely effectively right there from 3rd. Pennies from Above is closer. 4th, Hennessy Strike takes the lead from Kent Katsamoose, then Bosco Bell. And on the grandstand side, Pennies from Above is widest of all. Still going on with it is Hennessy Strike. Hennessy Strike at 12-1, longest on the board. Hennessy Strike, longest on the board at 12-1. Showed him how it's done. Kent Katsamoose was 2nd. Bosco Bell was 3rd. Pennies from Above was 4th. Hennessy Strike and Michelle Rainford pull a race 6. Maiden allowance upset. 4135 is posted unofficial from the 6th race. Running times of 23, the half in 46 and 2, and the 5 furlong running time 59 1/5 for Hennessy Strike. Here's Hennessy Strike returning from race 6 in Fort Erie. The Dark Bay or Brown 3-year-old filly by Super Speedy from Jeopardy Lady by Rock Hard 10. Bred in Ontario by Paradox Farm. Owned by Maria Burin Tennis. That's 2 winners on the program for trainer Vince Bellissimo. Back in the 3rd race with Silent Charity. Another victory photo after the 6 with Hennessy Strike for trainer Vince Bellissimo. The winning ride to Michelle Rainford. Hennessy Strike wins the first lifetime start. Blinkers go on. 12 to 1. 26.60 on the win ticket. $10.70 and $5. Can Katsamoose $4.20 and $3. Bosco Bell $2.50. The exacta was $99.80. The trifecta $156. The $1 superfecta $4135, $167 and a nickel. The $1 ticket. Rolling daily double $220.80. And the pick 3 ended on the 6th race, $188.25. Be sure to check out FortErieRacing.com for the live stream, the replays, the Ashley Mayu Track Handicapper free daily tip sheet each race day, statistics, the racing schedule, and much more. And now it's all live in HD, including the updates on the Prince of Wales Stakes tomorrow. FortErieRacing.com. Here are the 7th race changes. 3, Princess Morrow, vet scratch. 4, Ice Challenge, 2 pounds over. 5, Thanks Again, races 1 pound over. The 7th race, start of this program's last, 20-cent pick 3 from Fort Erie Racetrack. In the 7th race, first time announcement for Ice Challenge races with inserts. 7th race, first time announcement for Ice Challenge races with inserts. It's Sophia Slugger leading out the 7th race post parade in Fort Erie, trained by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Racing. In the irons, Juan Crawford. My Marc Andre, number 2, is partnered by Emil Ramsamy for Sheila Mohan and Ravendra Raghunath. Number 3 was a vet scratch. Ice Challenge number 4 races with inserts. And Mark Lee Buchanan up, trained by Daryl Ezra for Karina Shock. Thanks Again is number 5, trained by Joe Humber for Joy Elkins, hired to ride Chris Husbands. And Kirk Johnson is in the saddle for Catherine Morissette and Louis Cappy on 6, Loquacious. There's the field for the Fort Erie 7th race. Start of the program's last, rolling pick 3. And on this event, daily double, superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show. The starting gate is in position at the mile and 16th point for the 7th race. They've reached the starting point. Time running out for the program's last rolling pick 3. And all 7th race wagers, they're ready to step in. Sophia's Slugger first in. Long shot status for My Marc Andre. Favorite Ice Challenge. $7-1 the number on Thanks Again. Loquacious completes the line. Standing by for a start. Race 7 is at the post. They're off. And along the inside, Sophia Slugger shows some early speed. Thanks Again on the outside. They're split by My Marc Andre, and these three across the track. 2 more lengths to the heavily favored Ice Challenge laying off, and Loquacious runs 5th and last on the outside. My Marc Andre and Sophia Slugger, they're having at it early on. Thanks Again tucks over into 3rd. A well-reserved Ice Challenge is 4th, just to the inside of Loquacious. Riders content with their positions. They move this way into the backstretch, and it was a pretty warmly contested front panel of 24 seconds. My Marc Andre, Sophia's Slugger. Now, from last, here's a 3-wide rush by Loquacious for more clear air on the outside. Loquacious overtaking Thanks Again, and hugging the fence is Ice Challenge, now just a length and a half off the leaders. My Marc Andre on the outside of Sophia's Slugger, and looking for a way through his Ice Challenge. Loquacious is out there widest, and Thanks Again. This field of 5 is tightly grouped onto the turn. My Marc Andre still the best one, then Loquacious. Sophia's Slugger begins to tired, right in the face of Ice Challenge there. So it's My Marc Andre, and Ramsamy with the one of the longest on the board, stealing away to the top of the stretch after middle stages of 48 and 113 and 1. My Marc Andre into the stretch. Loquacious on the outside. Now Ice Challenge Challenge finally has clearance for liftoff. Out on the grandstand side, here comes Ice Challenge up with Loquacious in late stretch. My Marc Andre finally tired. Ice Challenge has still got to get Loquacious. Ice Challenge is getting up. It's Ice Challenge up in time for Mark Lee Buchanan to win. Just catching a stubborn Loquacious. Sophia Slugger back on for third. My Marc Andre was fourth as Ice Challenge is in the end the prevailing favorite in the seventh, 147-3. Here is Ice Challenge returning. Winner of the seventh race in Fort Erie. Chestnut 3-year-old gelding by Icebox. From Wild and Icy by Wild Again. Bred in Kentucky by Castor and Millennium Farms. Trained by Daryl Ezra for Karina Schock, the winning ride to Mark Lee Buchanan, 20th on the meet. On the move from allowance to claiming company, inserts added. It all adds up to victory for Ice Challenge when made official from the 7th. Running the mile and 16th in 147-3. And the win ticket return is $5.20 on Ice Challenge. Office 8 to 5 choice, $2.80 and $2.10. Loquacious, $4 and $2.60. Sophia Slugger, $2.10. The Exacta, $18.30. The Trifecta, $34.70. The Dollar Superfecta, $4.61 and $2. $39 and a quarter. The Rolling Daily Double, $58.70. And the Pick 3 ended on the 7th race, $160.25. Special advisory concerning the Prince of Wales Stakes program from Fort Erie Racetrack, marking the return of the Jackpot High Five. The Jackpot High Five returns in a big way tomorrow with a mandatory payout day and a carryover pool of almost $180,000 into the Prince of Wales Stakes Day Jackpot High Five. It's all tomorrow, September 29th, from Fort Erie Racetrack. Here are the eighth race changes. 1 Greenfield, 1 pound over. Same for 5, 4 Knights, and 6 Red Bow. 7 K-Gun, racing 2 pounds over. 19 minutes to the eighth race. Turf Mile coming up in the eighth from Fort Erie Racetrack. for the 8th race. They're on their way to the track for the 8th. Here they come on post parade for the 8th race in Fort Erie, led by Greenfield, number 1. Sunny Singh aboard, trained by Barrington Cito for Radcliffe Racing Stable. Nicola Scott and Colin Rankin campaigning Giant Mine 2. Kirk Johnson aboard. Conquest Eliminator is number 3, trained by Chris Jolene for Dominic Paulsonelli. Pierre Melhot is up. Easy Weekend, number 4, sent out by Lane Gillaforte for Chiefswood Stable. Hired to ride is Juan Crawford. 4 Nights, number 5, conditioned by John Sims for Deborah Fletcher. Chris Husbands, the partner. Red Bow, number 6, Jeffrey Alderson, hired to ride by Bill Tyrannos and Natural Aid Stable. K-Gun is number 7, trained by Tony Adamo for Bermuda Blue Farm and Partners. Mark Lee Buchanan in the saddle. Awesome Miner, number 8, trained by Mickey Neubauer for Charles Fipke. Jockey is Melanie Pinto. And it's Kevin Nichols to ride for trainer Julie Mathis and the ownership of Joey G. Thoroughbreds, number 9, Constantino. A turf mile In the eighth, allowance optional claiming field, start of this program's final rolling double. And on the eighth race, there's Superfecta, trifecta exacta, win, place, and show. The eighth's coming up from Fort Erie. Horses begin to go across onto the turf course for the eighth. Now the starting gate is taking position at the 1 mile point on the turf course. Time winding down for eighth race wagers. Riders now under instruction to bring their horses to the gate. Greenfield is first to step in. Giant Mine. Conquest Eliminator. Easy Weekend. Chris Husbands with 4 nights. Red Bow. Next in was Awesome Miner. Constantino. Favorite's going to be last in. Kagan steps up. Standing by for a start, and they're off for the 8th for a mile on the turf. Easy Weekend with a good break. Awesome Miner and Constantino trying to cross over from the extreme outside. Conquest Eliminator came away into 3rd. First time under the line, and that's 4 nights. Running up into the front 4, Giant Mine is 5th on the outside. Then Easy Weekend 6. Kagan, the favorite. We find Kagan the favorite back in 7th in the early going. Second to last is Greenfield, and Red Bow completes the field of 9 over to the backstretch. So the outside draw horses outside make it Awesome Miner, and to the outside of that one, Constantino. Conquest Eliminator running along in 3rd. 4 nights is 4th. Conquest Eliminator and Giant Mine all right there. Along the inside was Easy Weekend. Kagan yet to run from back in 7th. Then Red Bow to the outside of Greenfield. They proceed on the way to the final turn after speed of 24 and 48. And the battle rages on the top end. Awesome Miner and Constantino, stalked by Conquest Eliminator. Easy Weekend came through 4 nights. Kagan is 6th now in on the fence, running out of racetrack though. 3rd from last, that's Giant Mine in between horses. Red Bow and Greenfield last to the top of the stretch. They turn for home after 6 furlongs in 1:13, and the urging is on for Awesome Miner, leading every step of the way to the extreme outside. Kagan knifing through, and in between horses, Easy Weekend has found late room, looking for an upset. Kagan digging in, and Kagan does it again. Well timed right on the wire by Mark Lee Buchanan to hold off a surging Easy Weekend. The running time is 1:38 and 4 for the turf mile. Seven, 4, 8, and 5 posted on the board. Race times recap: 24, 48, 1:13, and the turf mile 1:38 and 4. Please hold all tickets. From the 8th race, we have a rider claim a foul against the unofficial second place finisher. 3 on 4 is the rider claim a foul. Jockey claim a foul from near the top of the stretch. 3 against 4 does not affect the first place finisher, Kagan. 3 on 4 is the rider claim a foul. The career winner of over $1.5 million, Kagan, is back to make it 3 in a row in Fort Erie and 4 wins in his last 5 starts. Consecutive wins in hard closing fashion on the program for rider Mark Lee Buchanan, who passes 21 wins on the season. Kagan, the 10-year-old chestnut gelding by Northern Afleet from Cruising Chris by Chris S. Bred in Ontario by William Sirocco Stable. Trained by Tony Adamo for Bermuda Blue Farm and Partners. Mark Lee Buchanan executes another winning ride with Kagan. There is a rider claim a foul, 3 against 4. Please hold all tickets. Judges live video review now on the monitors. The stewards live video review now in progress. Concerning the rider claim of foul, 3 on 4 from near the top of the stretch. Steward's decision will involve the video review and the jockey interviews. Watching early in the stretch, right about this point as 4 comes past 3. Judges live video review now in progress from right there early in the stretch. When Easy Weekend came past Conquest Eliminator, that's the subject of the rider objection, 3 on 4. Please hold all tickets. Here's the steward's decision after video review and the jockey interviews. The rider claim of foul, 3 against 4, is upheld by the stewards. 4 Easy Weekend, finished second, is placed back to 5th. Number 3, Conquest Eliminator, finished 5th, is placed up to 4th. And as a result of the rider objection, 3 on 4 being upheld by the stewards, number 8, Awesome Miner, becomes 3rd, placed 2nd. 5, 4 Nights becomes 4th, placed 3rd. And 3, Conquest Eliminator, becomes 5th, placed 4th, making the superfecta 7-8-5-3 from the 8th. And in victory, Kagan, 5-10, $3 and 210. Awesome Miner, 970 and 410. 4 Nights, 270 to show. The exacta 7 and 8, 49.20. The trifecta 785, $245.10. The dollar superfecta 7853, $1,073.95. The rolling daily double $15 even. The pick 3 ended on the 8th race, $134.60. Recapping, from the finish of the 8th race, the rider objection by 3 against 4 was upheld by the stewards. As a result, Conquest Eliminator became 5th, placed 4th. 4 Nights became 4th, placed 3rd. And Easy Weekend, for the racing rules violation, finished 2nd, was placed back to 5th. Number 8, Awesome Miner, became 3rd, placed 2nd. The Jackpot High Five returns tomorrow with a mandatory payout day, along with Prince of Wales Stakes Day at Fort Erie Racetrack. And the Jackpot High Five has a carryover pool of almost $180,000 for the mandatory payout on the 9th and final race tomorrow. The Jackpot High Five returning with a mandatory payout for Prince of Wales Stakes Day tomorrow, September 29th, at Fort Erie Racetrack. Here are the 9th race changes. 1 Unyielding, races with inserts. 4 Overbearing, £1 over. 6 Be Very, Very Quiet, races with inserts. And 7 Dynamite Karma, racing £2 over. First time announcement of inserts for number 1 Unyielding and 6 Be Very, Very Quiet in the 9th. Superfecta, trifecta, exacta, win, place, and show wagers. 16 minutes to post time to the 9th and final from Fort Erie. Tomorrow is the day for the Fort Erie Racetrack signature annual event, the 85th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes. Be sure to watch live online at forterieryracing.com, HPI TV, HPIBet.com, all across the USA and the world. Special first post tomorrow at 2:10 p.m. And the Jackpot High Five in the final race has a mandatory payout with a carryover pool of almost $180,000 into that event. We invite you to be a part and watch at Fort Erie Racing, HPIBet.com, HPI TV, or anywhere you can watch from across the USA and the world, because it's the middle jewel of the Canadian Thoroughbred Racing OLG Triple Crown, the Prince of Wales Stakes, tomorrow afternoon at Fort Erie Racetrack. They're in the walking ring for the 9th race. Horses are stepping out onto the track for the 9th race. 1 Unyielding and 6 Be Very, Very Quiet will race with inserts. Introducing the field for the 9th race. Valerie Thompson training for Scott Simmons. Chris Husbands, hired to ride 1 Unyielding. Blue Belt is number 2, conditioned by Gerald Seymour for Harvey Tenenbaum, partnered by Sky Chernetz. Michelle Rainford is in the saddle of 3 Super Flyover, trained by Scott Fairley for Ace Racing Stable. Kevin Buttigieg conditions for Colebrook Farm. Sunny Singh is the riding partner of 4 Overbearing. Tale of Vienna, number 5, conditioned by John Sims for Deborah Fletcher, partnered by Melanie Pinto. Juan Crawford, the jockey for Jeff Voice, on 6, Be Very, Very Quiet. 7, Dynamite Karma completes the field. Services of Mark Lee Buchanan. Owner-trainer is Nick Mullaney Jr., co-owned by Tom Pritchard. They'll run 6.5 furlongs on the main track in the 9th race, offering Superfecta, Trifecta Exacta, win place and show wagers, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to post time. It's the rematch of the Queen's Plate winner, Mighty Heart, and 3rd place finisher Clayton. That's among the many storylines in the Prince of Wales Stakes. That's tomorrow, only here at Fort Erie Racetrack. Be sure to join us at forterieracing.com, hpibet.com, HPI TV, and all across the USA and the world for our signature annual event, the 85th running, $400,000 the purse, the distance 1 mile and 3/16 for the middle jewel of the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Canadian Triple Crown, the Prince of Wales Stakes. Tomorrow at Fort Erie Racetrack. And the jackpot high five returns on the final race tomorrow. Mandatory payout and a carryover of almost $180,000 into that event tomorrow, convening at 2:10 p.m. Special first post tomorrow of 2:10 p.m. Now the horses are called back to the gate for the 9th race. Time running out for the Superfecta and 9th race wagers. They're readying to load. Blue Belt is first to go around. Super Flyover. Overbearing. The Gray Tail of Vienna. Juan Crawford with Be Very, Very Quiet. Last start winner Dynamite Karma. And last in for Gate 1, Unyielding. Stand by for a start. 9th race at the post. They're off. In the nightcap in Fort Erie, Unyielding had a good break along the inside. Dynamite Karma, Be Very, Very Quiet. And in the middle of the track, Overbearing, flashing some early speed. Here comes Tail of Vienna, but 3 wide up into the mix. Second to last is Super Flyover. And along the inside, Blue Belt was the last one away. There goes Be Very, Very Quiet, making the most early noise, trying to seize the lead from Overbearing. Tail of Vienna runs on the outside. Dynamite Karma is the one that's widest of all. Unyielding third from last ahead of Super Flyover, and Blue Belt trailing into the turn. It's Be Very, Very Quiet that makes all of the tempo, and it's a lot. 22-2 the first quarter. Be Very, Very Quiet, stalked by Dynamite Karma, and right there a bang up third into the top of the stretch is Overbearing, and they turn for the payoff in the nightcap in Fort Erie. Here comes Dynamite Karma on the outside. Trying to split them is Overbearing, making all of the tempo. Be Very, Very Quiet races away again to a 3-length late lead. Be Very, Very Quiet has gone gate to wire. And it's a big number, 11-1 for Be Very, Very Quiet. In the place battle, Super Flyover split horses to try to steal second from Overbearing, and Blue Belt and Dynamite Karma. Be Very, Very Quiet. 1:15 and 2/5 in the nightcap in Fort Erie. In the place and show photographs, 3 Super Flyover was second, 4 Overbearing third, 2 Blue Belt was fourth. The Superfecta unofficial of the ninth, 6-3-4-2. Race times recap 22 and 2, 45 seconds. 109 for 6 furlongs, and the 6.5 furlong running time 1:15 and 2. Well, if you like the trainer claim angle, you have a $24 plus winner on Be Very, Very Quiet in the debut for owner-trainer Jeff Weiss. The 5-year-old bay gelding by Silent Name. From Advanced Green by Malibu Moon. Bred in Ontario by the DeJulios and Pearl. Juan Crawford for the winning ride. 43rd winner on the meet. Meet leading rider and another multiple win day in the saddle. And fresh off the trainer claim, Be Very, Very Quiet. Scores in Fort Erie at 11-1. $25.70 on the win ticket, $8.90 and $4.80. Super Flyover $2.90 and $2.40. Overbearing $3.90 to show. The exact to $74.7, make it $74.50. The trifecta $356.30. The dollar superfecta 634 and 2, $879 and a nickel. The final rolling double make it $49.10. The last pick 3, $112.65. The late pick 4, $1,552 even. And the dollar pick 5, $6,001.15. Tomorrow from Fort Erie Racetrack, the 85th running of the Prince of Wales Stakes, second jewel in the Ontario Lottery and Gaming Canadian Triple Crown, with a special first post tomorrow of 2:10 p.m. Eastern. And the Jackpot High Five returns tomorrow. We invite you to play along on FortErieRacing.com, HPIBet.com, and wherever around the world you can watch the Prince of Wales Stakes program. Mandatory payout for the Jackpot High Five tomorrow, with a carryover into that event of almost $180,000. And the racing schedule through to October 13th, each Monday and Tuesday, 1:10 p.m. first post, with pre-race coverage on the air at 12:35 p.m. Eastern, except for tomorrow, special first post, 2:10 p.m. for the Prince of Wales Stakes program. Become a member today at hpibet.com and you'll get $100 into your account when you bet $100. You'll be enrolled in the HPI Bet Rewards program. You can watch 4 tracks at the same time and wager on almost 500 tracks from around the world, online or on site at any time. If you have not already done so, join for free today at hpibet.com. Your TV Niagara is home to Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack every Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Found at Cable Channel 700 in the entire Niagara region. Every Thursday evening at 8 p.m., it's Post Time from Fort Erie Racetrack for the highlights and recap show on Your TV Niagara, local Cable Channel 700. FortErieRacing.com is your home for the live stream, the replays, Ashley Mayhew's free daily tip sheet, the statistics, racing schedule, and much more, and now it's all live in HD. FortErieRacing.com. On behalf of our horse people, the TV broadcast production team, management, and staff, thanks for being with us for Live Racing 2020 from Fort Erie Racetrack. The Prince of Wales Stakes program. The Queen's Plate winner, Mighty Heart, races in Fort Erie tomorrow to try to keep the Canadian Triple Crown dream alive. Prince of Wales Stakes program tomorrow. We hope to see you then. Good evening from Fort Erie Racetrack.